Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The water taxi rocked gently against the evening tide, its worn wooden hull creaking a familiar Venice lullaby as fog began to gather, like whispered secrets around the ancient city's edges. Hercule Poirot adjusted his perfectly waxed moustache against the dampening air, watching the last golden threads of October sunlight surrender to the approaching dusk. The scent of salt and age-old stone mingled with something else, the faint, sweet fragrance of carnival masks being painted in workshop windows that glowed amber against the gathering darkness. Venice in 1930 wore its contradictions like the elaborate masks its artisans crafted for the approaching carnival season. From his seat in the gently swaying water taxi, Poirot observed how the city seemed to float between centuries, its Gothic palazzos reflecting in dark canals that held secrets as deep as their murky waters. Gas lamps were beginning to flicker to life along the fondamenta, their warm light dancing across the rippled surface like scattered coins, while somewhere in the distance a church bell chimed the hour with the patient authority of something that had measured time long before any of the current inhabitants drew their first breath. "Palazzo Grimaldi, signore," called the gondolier softly, his voice carrying the particular cadence of someone who had spent his life reading the moods of water and wind. "The Count. He expects you for the carnival preparations, no?" Poirot nodded, though his keen grey eyes were studying the approaching palazzo with the gentle curiosity of a man who collected mysteries the way others might collect stamps. The building rose from the canal like something from a particularly atmospheric dream, its Byzantine arches and Gothic windows creating a facade that spoke of centuries of Venetian nobility, though even in the forgiving light of dusk one could see where time had begun to claim its due. Stucco peeled like old skin from the upper floors, and several windows bore the telltale darkness of rooms long sealed against the outside world. Yet there was beauty in this decay, Poirot mused, as their small vessel drew closer to the palazzo's water-lapped steps. Venice had never been a city to hide from its age. Rather, it wore its wrinkles like a distinguished gentleman might wear a well-tailored coat, with pride, dignity, and the knowledge that some things only grew more interesting with time. The gondolier's pole made soft, sucking sounds as it found purchase in the canal bottom, and the taxi glided to a stop with the practised grace of a movement performed thousands of times. As Poirot gathered his valise and prepared to disembark, he noticed something that made him pause. A small anomaly that his detective's mind catalogued even as his conscious thoughts focused on the simple act of stepping onto the slippery stone steps. Drifting across the water, carried on the evening breeze like incense from some distant ceremony, came the sound of a violin. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, played with the kind of technical perfection that spoke of years of dedicated practice. Yet there was something about it that made the gondolier's weathered face tighten with what might have been unease. "Beautiful music," Poirot commented mildly, testing the man's reaction as he handed over his fare. The gondolier's eyes darted toward the sound, then quickly away, as if even looking in that direction might invite unwanted attention. "Si, signore," but he crossed himself quickly, a gesture so automatic it seemed unconscious. "It is better not to listen too long to such music at this hour. The old ones, they say some melodies are meant for other ears than ours." Before Poirot could inquire further, the man had pushed off from the palazzo steps with an urgency that seemed disproportionate to his earlier leisurely pace. The little taxi disappeared into the gathering mist, leaving only the gentle lapping of water against stone and that distant ethereal violin music that seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the Venetian evening. Poirot stood for a moment on the palazzo's water gate, his detective's instincts fully awakened now by the gondolier's curious reaction. The music continued, a melody that was both beautiful and strangely unsettling, as if it carried within its notes some message that his conscious mind could not quite decipher. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off the canal walls and palazzo facades in a way that made it impossible to determine its true source. The massive wooden doors of the Palazzo Grimaldi's water entrance stood slightly ajar, spilling warm lamplight onto the wet stone steps like liquid gold. From within came the sounds of preparation, the soft murmur of servants' voices, the gentle clink of crystal being polished, the whispered rustle of fine fabrics being arranged. Count Alessandro Grimaldi was preparing for what promised to be one of the season's most elaborate masquerade balls, and Poirot had been invited not just as a guest, but as someone whose reputation for solving delicate matters might prove useful. As he stepped through the water gate into the palazzo's ground floor receiving hall, Poirot was immediately enveloped in an atmosphere that seemed to exist outside of time itself. The ceiling soared above him, painted with frescoes that depicted scenes from Venice's golden age. Merchants and doges, ships laden with spices and silks, all rendered in colours that had somehow retained their vibrancy despite centuries of Adriatic moisture. Candles flickered in elaborate iron sconces, their light dancing across marble floors inlaid with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and move in the wavering illumination. Monsieur Poirot, the voice that greeted him carried the refined accent of Italian nobility, tempered by years of international education. Count Alessandro Grimaldi descended the grand staircase with the easy grace of a man born to such surroundings, though Poirot's observant eye noted the slight tension around his eyes, the way his smile seemed to require just a fraction more effort than it should. "Welcome, welcome to Venice, and to my humble palazzo." There was nothing humble about the Palazzo Grimaldi, and both men knew it. As the Count approached with extended hand, Poirot noted the man's appearance with the automatic thoroughness of a long practice. Mid-40s, tall and lean in the way that suggested an active lifestyle rather than mere genetics, dark hair touched with silver at the temples, and clothing that spoke of excellent taste and considerable expense. Yet there were small details that suggested all was not entirely well in the Count's world. A slight fraying at the cuffs of his otherwise immaculate shirt, shoes that had been expertly polished to hide their age, and most tellingly, the way his eyes darted briefly toward the windows when that distant violin music swelled momentarily before fading again. "Count Grimaldi," Poirot replied, accepting the offered handshake with a slight bow that acknowledged both his host's rank and his own dignity. "I am honoured by your invitation. Venice in carnival season. There can be few more magical settings in all the world." "Ah, but Venice is always magical, my friend. It is simply that during carnival we allow the magic to show itself more openly." The Count gestured for Poirot to follow him deeper into the palazzo, their footsteps echoing softly against the marble floors. "Come, let me show you to your rooms, and then perhaps we might take a small glass of wine while I explain the particular circumstances that led me to request your presence." As they ascended the grand staircase, Poirot allowed his gaze to wander over the palazzo's interior with the appreciative eye of someone who understood both beauty and the stories that beautiful things could tell. The walls were lined with portraits of Grimaldi ancestors, their painted eyes seeming to follow the visitors with a kind of aristocratic attention that suggested these were people accustomed to being observed and obeyed. Between the portraits hung mirrors in elaborate gilded frames, their surfaces slightly clouded with age but still capable of reflecting the candlelight in ways that made the hallway seem to extend infinitely in all directions. "Your family has lived here for many generations," Poirot observed, pausing before a particularly imposing portrait of a bearded man in 16th century dress. "6 centuries," the Count replied with obvious pride, though again Poirot detected that slight tension, as if the weight of those centuries pressed upon his shoulders like a physical burden. "Grimaldi have weathered plagues, wars, the rise and fall of the Republic itself. We have always endured." The word endured carried interesting implications, Poirot thought, but before he could pursue the observation, they had reached the second floor where a long corridor stretched before them, lined with doors that led to what were undoubtedly sumptuous guest chambers. The walls here were covered with silk wallpaper in deep burgundy, and the floor was laid with Turkish carpets, whose intricate patterns seemed to whisper stories of distant lands and ancient trades. "Your room overlooks the canal," the Count explained, opening a heavy wooden door to reveal a chamber that was indeed magnificent. Windows tall enough for a man to step through opened onto a small balcony that provided a perfect view of the Grand Canal, where gondolas and water taxis moved like dark silhouettes against the lamplit water. The room itself was furnished with pieces that spoke of centuries of accumulated wealth and taste. A bed with posts carved from what appeared to be ebony, a writing desk that might have been crafted for a Renaissance prince, chairs upholstered in silk that caught the light like captured sunbeams. "It is perfect," Poirot assured his host, though his attention had been caught by something else entirely. As he stood at the open windows, that mysterious violin music seemed closer now, more distinct, and he could almost make out the specific melody being played. It was complex, technically demanding, and hauntingly beautiful. Yet there was something about it that made the small hairs on the back of his neck prickle with an awareness he could not quite name. "You hear it too," the Count said quietly, joining Poirot at the window. His voice had lost some of its earlier joviality, replaced by something that might have been resignation, or perhaps fear. "The phantom violinist of Venice. Some say it is the ghost of Giacomo Benedetti, the greatest violinist our city ever produced. Others claim it is merely someone with exceptional skill and a taste for drama. And what do you believe, Count?" Alessandro Grimaldi was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the dark water below, where gondolas moved like shadows through the mist. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of someone who had seen too much to dismiss any possibility entirely. "I believe, Monsieur Poirot, that Venice is a city where the line between reality and imagination has always been somewhat fluid. What matters is that the music has begun to appear with increasing frequency as we approach the carnival season, and its effect upon those who hear it is becoming problematic." The violin music swelled again, and this time Poirot was certain he could identify the melody. It was a waltz, but played in a minor key that transformed what should have been a celebration into something that sounded more like a lament. Beautiful, technically perfect, and utterly chilling in its implications. Below on the canal, a gondolier poled his craft past the palazzo, and Poirot watched as the man suddenly stiffened, his head turning toward the source of the music with an expression of unmistakable terror. The gondola wavered dangerously as the man's attention was captured entirely by the sound, and only the sharp cry of his passenger snapped him back to awareness, in time to avoid collision with a mooring post. "Problematic indeed," Poirot murmured, watching as the gondolier quickly poled his craft away from the area, his movements now urgent where they had been leisurely moments before. "This has happened before? 3 times in the past month, each time during the evening hours, each time the same melody, and each time those who hear it seem to react poorly. Last week, a servant girl who had been cleaning the windows on the piano nobile heard the music and became so distressed that she could not stop weeping for 2 days. She claimed the melody spoke of death, of loss so profound that it made living unbearable." The Count moved away from the window, his earlier warmth replaced by obvious discomfort. "My wife Isabella has become quite frightened. She refuses to be alone in the palazzo after sunset, and has taken to wearing a small silver cross that belonged to her grandmother, a woman who, I should mention, was somewhat superstitious about such matters." Poirot turned from the window, his grey eyes thoughtful. Here was the puzzle he had been invited to solve, though he suspected the true mystery would prove more complex than a simple case of musical haunting. In his experience, ghosts rarely played violin with such technical perfection, nor did they confine their appearances to such conveniently dramatic hours. "Tell me, Count, what do you know of this Giacomo Benedetti? His history, his connection to your family, the circumstances of his departure from this world." "Ah, now we come to the heart of the matter," Alessandro said, moving to a sideboard where crystal decanters caught the candlelight like captured rainbows. "But first, let us fortify ourselves with a small glass of wine. The story of Giacomo Benedetti is not one to be told on an empty spirit. As the Count poured wine the colour of garnets into glasses so fine they seemed to ring with their own music, the phantom violin played on, its melody drifting through the Venetian evening like a memory that refused to be forgotten. And Hercule Poirot, settling into a chair that had supported countless conversations over the centuries, prepared to listen to a tale that would either prove the existence of musical ghosts or reveal the very human motivations that drove someone to assume their haunting role. Outside, Venice continued its ancient dance with time and tide, masks and reality, while somewhere in the gathering darkness, a violinist played melodies meant for ears that had been still for 50 years. The wine was a Barolo aged to perfection and poured with the reverence that such vintages deserved. Yet Poirot noticed that Count Grimaldi's hand trembled slightly as he offered the crystal glass. Outside, the phantom violin had fallen silent, leaving only the gentle lapping of canal water against stone and the distant sounds of Venice settling into its evening rhythm. The soft calls of gondoliers navigating the darker waterways, the musical clink of glasses from a nearby osteria, the whispered conversations of lovers walking hand in hand across the ancient bridges. Giacomo Benedetti, the Count began, settling into a chair that faced the tall windows where Venice glittered like scattered jewels beyond the glass, was perhaps the finest violinist Venice has ever produced. This was no small achievement, you understand. Our city has always been a place where music flows as naturally as water through the canals. Poirot sipped his wine appreciatively, noting its complex flavour while his mind catalogued the subtle changes in his host's demeanour. The Count's earlier social polish had given way to something more genuine, tinged with what appeared to be genuine unease. His eyes kept drifting toward the windows as if expecting the music to resume at any moment. He was born in 1850, the son of a violin maker whose workshop stood in the Dorsoduro district, not far from the Accademia. From childhood, it was clear that Giacomo possessed not merely talent, but something approaching genius. By the age of 16, he was performing in the salons of the nobility. By 20, composers were writing pieces specifically for his extraordinary abilities. The Count paused to drink, and in that silence, Poirot could hear the life of the palazzo continuing around them. Servants moving quietly through distant corridors, the soft murmur of preparation for tomorrow's carnival festivities, the creak of ancient wood adjusting to the cooling evening air. These were the sounds of a place that had witnessed centuries of human drama, and they seemed to underscore the weight of the story being told. What made him particularly remarkable, Alessandro continued, was not just his technical skill, though that was considerable, but his ability to interpret music in ways that affected his listeners profoundly. People would weep openly during his performances, not from sadness, but from the pure emotional impact of his playing. It was said that Giacomo could find the melody hidden in any human heart, and draw it forth with his bow. Through the windows, Poirot could see the occasional gondola passing, their occupants now speaking in hushed tones, as if the earlier phantom music had left the very air sensitized to sound. Venice in 1930 was a city caught between its glorious past and an uncertain future, where ancient traditions persisted alongside the inexorable march of modern times. The carnival masks being crafted in workshops throughout the city served as perfect metaphors for this duality, beautiful facades that concealed whatever truths lay beneath. But such gifts, the Count said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, often come with a price. Giacomo became obsessed with a particular piece of music, a waltz that he claimed had come to him in a dream. He called it La Morte Danzante, the dancing death. He would play it for hours, alone in his room above his father's workshop, perfecting every nuance, every phrase. A curious title for a waltz, Poirot observed, though something in his memory stirred. The melody he had heard earlier, the one that had so disturbed the gondolier, it had indeed been a waltz, but transformed into something haunting by its minor key and the peculiar way it seemed to echo across the water. The title was prophetic, as it turned out. The first time Giacomo performed La Morte Danzante publicly was at a private concert in this very palazzo, in the spring of 1880. My grandfather, Count Ferdinando Grimaldi, was a great patron of the arts and had commissioned Giacomo to perform for a gathering of Venice's most influential citizens. Alessandro rose from his chair and moved to an ornate writing desk that stood against the far wall. From one of its drawers, he withdrew a leather-bound journal, its pages yellow with age and handling. "My grandfather's diary," he explained, returning to his seat. He recorded the events of that evening in considerable detail, opening the journal with the careful reverence due to something both precious and fragile. The Count began to read in a voice that had taken on the cadence of someone relating a ghost story, which Poirot supposed was exactly what this had become. May 15th, 1880. The most extraordinary and disturbing evening of my life. Young Benedetti performed magnificently as always, but when he began his new composition, something changed. The melody was beautiful beyond description, yet it seemed to carry within it a weight of sorrow, so profound that several of the ladies began to weep uncontrollably. Count Morosini became so agitated that he had to be escorted from the room, and the Duchessa di Ferrara claimed that the music made her feel as if she were dancing with Death himself. The Count paused, his finger tracing the faded ink as if the words themselves held some dangerous power. But that was not the end of it. Listen to this. Most disturbing of all was young Benedetti himself. As he played, his face took on an expression of such profound anguish that it was painful to observe. When the piece concluded, he stood for a moment in complete silence, then declared that he would never play the melody again, for he had seen what it could do. He left immediately without accepting payment, and I have the most unsettling feeling that we have witnessed something that was never meant for human ears. Outside, a church bell tolled the hour, its bronze voice carrying across the water with the authority of centuries. Venice at night had always been a city of shadows and whispers, where the line between the sacred and profane, the real and imagined, became as fluid as the water that supported its foundations. In such a place, Poirot reflected, legends could take root as easily as the strange plants that somehow found purchase in the cracks between ancient stones. And did Giacomo keep his word? Poirot asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. For a time, yes. He continued to perform, but never again played La Morte Danzante. He seemed different after that evening, more withdrawn, more intense. My grandfather noted that he had begun to look ill, though no physician could find anything wrong with him, and then, in the autumn of 1880, he disappeared. The Count closed the journal and held it for a moment as if it were a relic of some holy significance. His father found his room empty one morning, with only his violin case left behind. Empty. There was no note, no explanation, no trace of where he might have gone. Some said he had thrown himself into the canal in despair. Others claimed he had fled Venice to escape whatever demons his music had awakened. But the strangest theory of all was that the music itself had claimed him, that La Morte Danzante had somehow become real, and he had been forced to dance with it forever. Poirot set down his wineglass and steepled his fingers in the gesture that those who knew him recognized as indicating deep thought. The story was fascinating, certainly, but it raised as many questions as it answered. In his experience, legends that persisted for 50 years usually contained some kernel of truth, though that truth was often quite different from the supernatural explanations that accumulated around it, like barnacles on a ship's hull. You mentioned, Count, that the music being heard now is the same melody that Giacomo composed. How can you be certain of this? Alessandro's smile was grim. Because, my dear Poirot, I have heard both. As a child, I was fascinated by the story of the phantom violinist. Against my tutor's wishes, I sought out elderly servants who had been present at that fateful concert in 1880. One of them, an old woman who had served my family for 60 years, hummed the melody for me. She claimed it had haunted her dreams ever since that night. The Count moved to the windows again, his reflection ghost-like in the darkened glass. When I first heard the Phantom playing last month, I recognized the melody immediately. It is La Morte Danzante, played with the same technical perfection, the same emotional intensity that my grandfather described. Either Giacomo Benedetti has returned from whatever realm claimed him 50 years ago, or someone has discovered his lost composition and chosen to perform it in a manner calculated to terrify half of Venice. As if summoned by their conversation, the phantom violin began to play again, its notes drifting across the water with ethereal clarity. This time, Poirot listened with the focused attention of someone trained to notice details that others might miss. The performance was indeed technically perfect, played with a skill that spoke of years of dedicated practice. But there were subtleties in the phrasing, tiny variations in tempo and dynamics, that suggested this was not merely someone playing from sheet music, but rather someone who understood the piece at a level that approached intimacy. "The melody is beautiful," Poirot said softly, "but there is something about it, something that speaks to fears we perhaps did not know we carried." "Exactly," the Count replied, his voice tight with strain. "It is as if the music reaches into one's soul and draws forth every sorrow, every loss, every moment of despair one has ever experienced. My wife Isabella heard it 3 nights ago, while reading in the library. She became so distraught that she could not sleep for 2 days afterward, claiming that the melody made her feel as if everyone she had ever loved was dancing away from her, into darkness." The violin music swelled, filling the evening air with its haunting beauty, and Poirot found himself understanding the effect it had on its listeners. There was something almost hypnotic about the melody, something that seemed to bypass rational thought and speak directly to the emotions. Yet his detective's mind remained alert, cataloguing details that might prove significant later. The music was coming from the direction of St. Mark's Square, he judged, carried across the water with remarkable clarity given the distance. This suggested either exceptional acoustics or a performer who understood how to use Venice's unique architecture to amplify sound. The timing, too, was interesting. Always in the evening, always when the city was settling into its quieter rhythms, always when the natural sounds of daily life had diminished enough for the violin to dominate the audio landscape. "Count," Poirot said, as the music finally faded into silence, "I wonder if you might arrange for me to visit the workshop where Giacomo learned his craft. If his father's business still exists, there might be someone who remembers him, or who has knowledge of his compositions." "An excellent idea," Alessandro replied, though his relief at the music's cessation was obvious. "The workshop still exists, though it has changed hands several times since Benedetti's day. It is currently owned by Maestro Giuseppe Torriani, a violin maker of considerable skill who has made something of a study of Venice's musical history. I can arrange an introduction for tomorrow morning. And perhaps," Poirot added thoughtfully, "you might also provide me with a list of your guests for the upcoming masquerade. If someone is indeed playing the phantom violinist, they must have both exceptional musical skill and access to a composition that supposedly disappeared 50 years ago. Such a combination of requirements significantly limits the possible suspects." The Count nodded, though something in his expression suggested that the list of potential suspects might be uncomfortably long. Venice in carnival season attracted musicians, artists, and performers from across Europe, many of whom possessed the skill necessary to execute such a deception. Yet the question remained, why would anyone choose to resurrect a melody with such a disturbing history? As they prepared to retire for the evening, the phantom violin played once more, its notes carrying across the dark water like a musical goodbye. This time, Poirot listened not just to the melody itself, but to the silence that surrounded it, the way conversation stopped, the manner in which even the water seemed to lap more quietly against the palazzo walls, as if the entire city held its breath while the mysterious musician performed. Tomorrow, he would begin his investigation in earnest, visiting the violin workshop and interviewing those who might possess knowledge of Giacomo Benedetti's lost compositions. But tonight, as he prepared for sleep in a bed that had sheltered countless dreamers over the centuries, Hercule Poirot found himself humming a haunting waltz that seemed to dance on the very edge of nightmares, beautiful and terrible in equal measure, like Venice herself. Outside his windows, the city of masks and mirrors settled into its ancient rhythms, while somewhere in the darkness, a phantom violinist played melodies meant for the dead, their notes echoing across water that had carried the dreams and secrets of empires for more than 1,000 years. Morning in Venice arrived with the gentle insistence of cathedral bells and the soft splash of gondoliers beginning their daily dance with the tides. Poirot woke to find his windows open to a canal that sparkled like scattered diamonds under the early October sun, the previous evening's mist having lifted to reveal the city in all its weathered glory. The air carried the mingled scents of fresh bread from nearby bakeries, coffee brewing in countless kitchens, and that peculiar Venice fragrance that combined sea salt with centuries of human habitation, not unpleasant, but distinctly atmospheric. From his bed, he could hear the palazzo coming to life around him, the soft footsteps of servants beginning their daily routines, the distant murmur of voices discussing preparations for the upcoming masquerade, the gentle clink of breakfast settings being arranged. It was the sound of a household that had maintained its rhythms for generations, though Poirot's trained ear detected subtle notes of tension beneath the familiar domestic symphony. A soft knock at his door announced the arrival of breakfast, not the hurried, efficient service of a modern hotel, but rather the measured pace of old-world hospitality. The servant who entered was a woman of perhaps 60, her grey hair arranged in a style that suggested she had been with the Grimaldi family for many years. Her movements had the practised grace of someone who knew exactly where everything belonged and how it should be presented. "Buongiorno, signore," she said with a slight curtsy that spoke of traditions maintained even in changing times. "Count Alessandro requests that you join him in the morning room when you're ready. He says there are people you wish to meet." The breakfast itself was a small masterpiece of Venetian hospitality, delicate pastries that flaked like autumn leaves, coffee so rich it seemed to contain the essence of distant mountains, fresh fruit that spoke of carefully tended gardens maintained despite the city's maritime setting. As Poirot ate, he studied the view from his windows with the attention of someone who understood that environments often revealed as much about mysteries as direct questioning. The Palazzo Grimaldi faced the Grand Canal at a slight angle that provided views both up and down the great waterway. To the left he could see the morning traffic of Venice beginning to flow, gondoliers ferrying early commuters, delivery boats bringing fresh goods to the markets, water taxis carrying tourists who rose early to see the city before the crowds descended. To the right the canal curved toward the Rialto, where the ancient market had been conducting business since before most European cities existed. But it was directly across the canal that captured his attention most fully. There, occupying a palazzo that was clearly the Grimaldi building's equal in age, if not quite in grandeur, stood a structure that showed signs of more careful maintenance. Its windows gleamed in the morning light, its stonework had been recently restored, and flowers bloomed in boxes along its canal-facing balconies. Someone with both taste and resources had been taking exceptional care of that particular building. When Poirot made his way to the morning room, he found Count Alessandro waiting with what appeared to be the beginning of introductions to the key players in the upcoming masquerade. The morning room itself was a study in faded elegance, silk wallpaper that had once been vibrant now mellowed to subtle gold, furniture that spoke of generations of family use, and windows that provided a perfect view of the palazzo's internal courtyard, where a fountain played among carefully tended plants. "Ah, Poirot," the Count greeted him with what seemed like genuine pleasure, though again that underlying tension was evident. "I trust you slept well despite our musical entertainment last evening." "Indeed, though I confess the melody lingered in my dreams." Poirot accepted the offered chair and took a moment to study his host in daylight. Count Alessandro appeared older than he had the previous evening, as if the phantom violin had somehow aged him overnight. His clothes were impeccable as before, but there were dark circles under his eyes that suggested sleep had not come easily. "Before we visit Maestro Torriani's workshop," Alessandro said, "I thought you might wish to meet some of the other residents of the palazzo. The masquerade will bring together quite a collection of personalities, and I suspect that understanding the dynamics among them might prove useful to your investigation." As if summoned by their conversation, the morning room's doors opened to admit a woman whose entrance seemed to bring light with it. Isabella Grimaldi was perhaps 30 years old, with the kind of beauty that suggested careful attention to detail rather than mere genetic fortune. Her dark hair was arranged in the latest fashion. Her dress was clearly from one of Europe's finest couturiers, and her jewellery was exquisite without being ostentatious. Yet Poirot noted immediately that her hands trembled slightly as she arranged her gloves, and her smile, while charming, seemed to require conscious effort. "My wife Isabella," Alessandro said with obvious pride and what appeared to be genuine affection. "Isabella, this is Monsieur Hercule Poirot, the detective I mentioned." "Monsieur Poirot," Isabella said, her voice carrying a slight accent that suggested French education overlaying Italian origins. "Alessandro has told me so much about your reputation. I confess, I am grateful for your presence. These recent disturbances have been most unsettling." Her reaction to the phantom violinist was clearly more severe than her husband had initially indicated. As she settled into a chair, positioned to avoid direct view of the windows facing the canal, Poirot observed the subtle signs of someone living with constant anxiety, the way she startled slightly at unexpected sounds, the manner in which her eyes darted toward potential exits, the small silver cross she wore prominently at her throat. "The music disturbs you particularly," Poirot observed gently. Isabella's laugh was brittle as autumn leaves. "Disturbs? Monsieur, when I heard that melody 3 nights ago, it was as if something reached into my chest and squeezed my heart until I could barely breathe. It was beautiful. Yes, but beautiful in the way that a funeral mass can be beautiful, acknowledging something terrible while wrapping it in art." Before Poirot could respond, the morning room doors opened again to admit a man whose presence seemed to alter the atmosphere of the space. Roberto Grimaldi was clearly Alessandro's brother. The family resemblance was unmistakable, but where the Count carried himself with the easy confidence of someone born to authority, Roberto moved with the careful precision of someone who had learned to make his own way in the world. "Roberto," Alessandro said, and Poirot noted the slight coolness in his tone. "I was hoping you would join us. Monsieur Poirot, my younger brother Roberto, who has been kind enough to assist with the musical arrangements for our masquerade." Roberto bowed slightly, his dark eyes studying Poirot with undisguised curiosity. He was perhaps 5 years younger than Alessandro, dressed well but not extravagantly, and carried himself with the bearing of someone accustomed to being the second son, intelligent, capable, but forever in another's shadow. "The famous detective," Roberto said, his voice carrying a slight edge that might have been amusement or something less pleasant. "Alessandro tells me you are here to solve the mystery of our phantom violinist. Tell me, do you believe in ghosts, Monsieur Poirot?" "I believe in evidence," Poirot replied diplomatically. "Though I have learned that what appears supernatural often has very human explanations." "How disappointingly practical," Roberto observed, settling into a chair with movements that seemed deliberately calculated to suggest casual disregard for social conventions. "Though I suppose if one is to solve mysteries for a living, one cannot afford to believe in magic." The tension between the brothers was palpable, though its exact nature remained unclear. Poirot filed this observation away for future consideration as the doors opened once more to admit an elderly woman whose entrance commanded immediate respect from everyone present. "Signora Moretti," Alessandro said, rising quickly. "Please, join us. Monsieur Poirot, may I present Signora Elena Moretti, who has been kind enough to provide musical instruction to several young people in Venice, including my wife." Signora Moretti was perhaps 70 years old, with silver hair arranged in an elaborate style that suggested she had once moved in the highest circles of society. Her clothing was elegant but dated, speaking of someone who had known better times but maintained her dignity despite reduced circumstances. What struck Poirot most immediately was her hands, long, elegant fingers that showed the particular calluses and positioning that spoke of a lifetime spent playing stringed instruments. "Monsieur Poirot," she said, her voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to being heard and obeyed, "I understand you're investigating our recent musical visitations. As someone who has spent 60 years teaching music in Venice, perhaps I can provide some insight." You knew Giacomo Benedetti? Poirot asked, recognizing immediately that this woman was old enough to have personal knowledge of the legendary violinist. Signora Moretti's smile was complex, carrying layers of meaning that spoke of memories both cherished and painful. I was his student for 2 years before the unfortunate business with La Motte Danzante. He was perhaps the finest violinist I've ever heard, though his obsession with that particular composition ultimately proved his undoing. You heard the original performance of the piece? I was present at the Grimaldi concert in 1880, yes. I was quite young then, but I remember the evening vividly. The melody was indeed extraordinary, but there was something about it that seemed to affect people in ways that music should not. After that night, Giacomo was never the same. Before she could elaborate, the morning room doors opened one final time to admit a man whose presence seemed to energize the space around him. Maestro Cavalli was perhaps 50 years old, with the kind of dramatic bearing that suggested a lifetime spent on stages and in concert halls. His hair was perfectly styled, his clothing spoke of expensive tastes, and his movements had the calculated precision of someone who understood the power of theatrical presentation. "Alessandro, my dear friend," he said, embracing the Count with obvious affection before turning to survey the room with bright, intelligent eyes. "And this must be the famous Monsieur Poirot, Maestro Giuseppe Cavalli, at your service." Roberto's reaction to Cavalli's entrance was immediate, and telling a slight stiffening of his posture, a tightening around his eyes that suggested history between the two men that was not entirely pleasant. Isabella, by contrast, seemed to brighten noticeably, her earlier anxiety diminishing in the presence of someone who clearly brought energy and confidence into any situation. "Maestro Cavalli will be conducting the orchestra for our masquerade," Alessandro explained. "He has been most helpful in arranging the musical programme for the evening, though I confess," Cavalli said with a theatrical gesture toward the windows, "I am somewhat concerned about our phantom competitor. It is difficult enough to maintain proper artistic standards without having to compete with supernatural virtuosity." "You believe the phantom is supernatural?" Poirot inquired. Cavalli's laugh was rich and genuine. "My dear monsieur, I have spent my life in theatres and concert halls. I know the difference between genuine musical genius and elaborate fakery. Whoever is playing that violin possesses skills that are exceptionally rare. Whether they are alive or dead is perhaps less important than understanding why they have chosen to perform in such a manner." As the various introductions concluded and the group settled into the comfortable rhythms of morning conversation, Poirot found himself studying the dynamics among these people, who would all be present at the upcoming masquerade. There were undercurrents here, subtle tensions, unspoken histories, and carefully maintained facades that suggested the phantom violinist might not be the only mystery requiring investigation. Roberto's barely concealed resentment of his brother's position, Isabella's obvious anxiety about more than just phantom music, Signora Moretti's carefully guarded knowledge of Giacomo Benedetti's true history, and Maestro Cavalli's theatrical confidence that seemed to mask something more calculating. Each presented potential avenues of inquiry. "Now then," Alessandro said, consulting a pocket watch that had clearly been in his family for generations, "shall we visit Maestro Torriani's workshop? The morning's advancing, and I believe you wish to learn more about the technical aspects of our phantom's performances." As they prepared to leave the palazzo, Poirot reflected on the morning's revelations. The upcoming masquerade would bring together a fascinating collection of personalities, each with their own relationships to music, to the Grimaldi family, and potentially to the mysterious violinist whose performances had begun to terrorize Venice. The challenge would be determining which of these relationships might provide motive for such an elaborate and disturbing deception. Outside, Venice sparkled in the morning sun, its ancient stones warmed by light that had illuminated countless human dramas over the centuries. Soon, Poirot would begin to unravel the technical mysteries of phantom violin performances, but already he suspected that the true solution would lie not in supernatural explanations, but in the very human emotions and motivations of people who lived in a city where masks and reality had always maintained an uneasy relationship. Evening descended upon Venice like a velvet curtain. transforming the ancient city into something that existed between dream and reality. From his windows in the Palazzo Grimaldi, Poirot watched as hundreds of lights began to twinkle across the water. Gas lamps reflecting in the dark canals, candles flickering behind palace windows, torches illuminating the paths where masked figures moved like characters escaped from some elaborate theatrical production. The very air seemed to hum with anticipation, as if the city itself was preparing to shed its daytime identity and become something altogether more mysterious. The morning's visit to Maestro Torriani's violin workshop had proven illuminating in ways both expected and surprising. The elderly craftsman had indeed possessed extensive knowledge of Giacomo Benedetti's techniques, and had even produced sheet music for several of the vanished violinist's compositions, though notably not for La Morte Danzante. More intriguingly, Torriani had mentioned that someone had been making inquiries about Benedetti's work several months earlier, though he claimed not to remember who had asked the questions. Now, as Poirot adjusted his evening wear and prepared to join the masquerade, he reflected on the day's accumulation of small mysteries, Isabella's obvious terror at any mention of the phantom music, Roberto's barely concealed resentment toward his older brother, Signora Marchetti's careful evasions when questioned about her final lessons with Giacomo, and Maestro Cavalli's theatrical confidence that seemed to mask something more calculating. Each thread of information would need to be woven together to create a complete picture. The sound of gondolas arriving at the Palazzo's watergate drifted up through his windows, accompanied by the musical laughter of guests beginning to arrive for what promised to be one of Venice's most spectacular social events of the carnival season. The Grimaldi masquerade was legendary throughout European society, drawing attendance from nobility, artists, and cultural luminaries who travelled from across the continent to participate in an evening that promised to blur the lines between reality and fantasy. A soft knock at his door announced the arrival of his costume for the evening. Count Alessandro had thoughtfully provided appropriate attire that would allow Poirot to blend seamlessly with the other guests while maintaining his ability to observe and investigate. The costume was that of a Venetian merchant from the Renaissance era, complete with rich fabrics and an ornate mask that covered the upper half of his face while leaving his distinctive moustache visible to those who knew him well. As he made his way to the Palazzo's main receiving hall, Poirot found himself entering a world that seemed to exist outside of normal time and space. The ancient building had been transformed into something that belonged more to legend than to any earthly reality. Thousands of candles flickered in elaborate chandeliers and wall sconces, their light dancing across tapestries and frescoes that depicted centuries of Venetian glory. The air was perfumed with the scent of exotic flowers and the subtle fragrance of quality wines, while the sound of conversation and laughter created a musical backdrop that spoke of sophisticated pleasure. The guests were magnificent, an assembly of masks and costumes that represented the finest artistic traditions of European culture. Venetian nobles wore elaborate period dress that had been maintained in family collections for generations, while visiting dignitaries had clearly spared no expense in creating costumes that would allow them to participate fully in the evening's fantasy. Cardinals in scarlet mingled with Turkish sultans, medieval knights chatted with Renaissance courtesans, and everywhere the shimmer of silk and gleam of jewels created a visual symphony that was both overwhelming and utterly enchanting. Count Alessandro, resplendent in the costume of a Doge of Venice, moved through the gathering with the practiced ease of someone born to such occasions. His mask was a masterpiece of the craftsman's art, gilded and decorated with precious stones that caught the candlelight and scattered it in rainbow patterns across the walls. Yet even in his theatrical magnificence, Poirot could detect the underlying tension that had marked the Count's behaviour since their first meeting. Isabella appeared as a figure from a Botticelli painting, her costume flowing in lines that seemed to capture movement even in stillness. Her mask was delicate as butterfly wings, decorated with pearls and silver thread that created patterns suggesting both beauty and fragility. She moved through the gathering with grace, yet Poirot noted how she avoided standing near any of the tall windows that faced the canal, as if even on this night of celebration she could not forget the phantom music that had so terrified her. Roberto had chosen the costume of a Renaissance condottiere, a mercenary captain whose role in Venetian history had been both necessary and slightly disreputable. The choice seemed deliberately calculated to suggest someone who operated outside normal social conventions, and the mask he wore emphasized rather than concealed the sardonic expression that Poirot had observed during their morning introduction. Signora Moretti appeared as a figure of austere elegance, her costume suggesting a Renaissance noblewoman of advanced years and considerable dignity. Her mask was simple but beautifully crafted, and her movements through the gathering commanded the kind of respect that spoke of someone whose reputation transcended mere social position. Several younger guests approached her with obvious deference, suggesting that her role as Venice's premier music teacher carried significant cultural authority. Maestro Cavalli had naturally chosen a costume that allowed for maximum dramatic effect, that of a Renaissance composer, complete with flowing robes and a mask that seemed to have been designed specifically to frame his expressive eyes and mobile features. He moved through the gathering like a conductor, orchestrating a particularly complex musical piece, stopping to speak with various guests in a manner that suggested he was collecting information as much as sharing pleasantries. The orchestra, positioned in the palazzo's great hall where their music could flow throughout the building, began the evening's entertainment with a selection of Baroque pieces that provided sophisticated background for conversation without overwhelming the guests' ability to interact. The musicians themselves wore simple but elegant costumes that allowed them to participate in the evening's fantasy while maintaining their professional focus. As the evening progressed, Poirot found himself observing not just the individual guests, but the patterns of their interactions. Roberto spent considerable time in conversation with several masked figures whose identities remained unclear, their discussions conducted in tones too low to be overheard, but with body language that suggested business rather than mere social pleasure. Isabella moved primarily among the female guests and older male visitors, avoiding any prolonged contact with younger men in a manner that might have been propriety or could have indicated something more specific. Maestro Cavalli seemed to be everywhere at once, his dramatic personality drawing clusters of admirers, while his professional eye assessed the orchestra's performance and the guests' reactions to various musical selections. His interactions with Roberto were brief and formal, confirming Poirot's earlier impression that there was history between the two men that involved more than simple professional acquaintance. The dining arrangements reflected the careful choreography that characterized all aspects of Venetian social life. Long tables had been arranged in the palazzo's grand dining hall, their surfaces covered with cloths of Venetian lace and set with crystal and silver that had graced Grimaldi celebrations for centuries. The menu itself was a masterpiece of traditional Venetian cuisine, delicate seafood preparations that spoke of the city's maritime heritage, pasta dishes that demonstrated the sophistication of Italian culinary arts, and wines selected from the finest vineyards of the Veneto region. Yet even amid such magnificence, Poirot detected undercurrents of tension that suggested not everyone present was focused entirely on celebration. Conversations paused when certain combinations of guests found themselves in proximity. Glances were exchanged that carried meanings invisible to casual observers, and the general atmosphere of festivity was occasionally punctuated by moments of awkwardness that spoke of unresolved conflicts or hidden anxieties. As the evening advanced toward its climactic moments, the orchestra began to perform more complex and emotionally demanding pieces. Their selection included several compositions by Venetian masters, works that demonstrated the city's significant contributions to European musical culture. The guests responded with obvious appreciation, many demonstrating the kind of musical sophistication that suggested extensive education in the arts. It was during a particularly beautiful rendition of a Vivaldi concerto that the first disruption occurred. The palazzo's ancient windows began to rattle slightly, as if touched by wind, though the evening air was remarkably still. Several guests noticed the phenomenon. their masked faces turning toward the tall windows that faced the Grand Canal with expressions that suggested sudden unease. The orchestra continued its performance, but Poirot observed that several musicians had begun to show signs of distraction. Their playing remained technically proficient, but there was a subtle change in their attention, as if they were listening for something beyond the music they were creating. The guests, too, seemed to sense some change in the atmosphere, their conversations becoming more subdued, their movements more careful. Then, drifting across the water with the ethereal clarity that had become its signature, came the sound of the phantom violin. This time, the melody was different. Not the haunting waltz of La Morte Danzante, but rather a piece that seemed designed specifically to complement and then dominate the orchestra's performance. The phantom violinist was demonstrating not just technical superiority, but a musical intelligence that could respond to and overwhelm professional musicians in real time. The effect on the masquerade guests was immediate and dramatic. Conversation stopped entirely as every masked face turned toward the windows that faced the canal. The orchestra faltered, their instruments falling silent one by one as the phantom violin's performance made their own efforts seem pale and inadequate by comparison. Even Maestro Cavalli, for all his professional confidence, stood transfixed by the ethereal music that seemed to mock every human attempt at artistic expression. But it was the melody itself that proved most disturbing. Unlike the previous performances of La Morte Danzante, this piece seemed designed to evoke not despair, but a strange kind of ecstasy, a musical representation of joy so intense that it became almost painful to experience. Several guests began to sway unconsciously to the rhythm, their movements taking on a dreamlike quality that suggested the music was affecting them at levels below conscious thought. Isabella's reaction was the most severe. As the phantom violin reached a particularly intense passage, she suddenly cried out and collapsed into a chair, her face behind its delicate mask expressing an anguish so profound that several guests rushed to her assistance. Count Alessandro was at her side immediately, his own mask unable to conceal his obvious distress as he tried to comfort his wife, while the inexorable music continued to pour through the windows like liquid sorrow transformed into sound. "Stop it," Isabella whispered, her voice barely audible above the violin's ethereal performance. "Please, make it stop. It's calling to us to dance with something we should never see." The phantom violin played on, its melody weaving through the masquerade, like an uninvited guest who commanded attention through sheer force of artistic will. And Hercule Poirot, watching the faces around him with the careful attention of someone who understood that truth often revealed itself in moments of crisis, began to see patterns that had remained hidden during the day's more controlled encounters. The phantom violinist was not simply performing for the city of Venice. They were performing specifically for the guests gathered in the Palazzo Grimaldi, demonstrating a knowledge of their individual vulnerabilities that suggested intimate familiarity with their personal histories and deepest fears. Dawn came to Venice with the gentlest of touches, painting the ancient stones in shades of gold and rose that seemed to wash away the previous evening's dramatic tensions. Poirot woke to the sound of church bells calling the faithful to morning prayers, their bronze voices echoing across the water with the patient authority of institutions that had marked time for centuries. The phantom violin had fallen silent before midnight, but its haunting melody lingered in the morning air like perfume from a departed guest, subtle, persistent, and somehow unsettling despite its beauty. The masquerade had continued for several hours after Isabella's dramatic collapse, though the atmosphere had never quite recovered its earlier festive spirit. Guests had departed in gondolas that moved like shadows across the dark water, their masked faces turning frequently toward the canal, as if expecting the phantom violinist to resume performance at any moment. Count Alessandro had remained the perfect host throughout, but Poirot had observed the careful control required to maintain his composure as the evening progressed. Now, as morning light filtered through the tall windows of his guest chamber, Poirot prepared to begin the systematic investigation that the previous evening's events had made both urgent and complex. the phantom violinist was clearly targeting the Grimaldi household specifically, demonstrating not just exceptional musical skill, but intimate knowledge of how to affect particular individuals most profoundly. This suggested either supernatural abilities that Poirot did not believe in, or human intelligence with access to information that should have been private. A soft knock at his door announced the arrival of breakfast, accompanied by a handwritten note from Count Alessandro, requesting a private meeting in the Palazzo's library at his earliest convenience. The breakfast itself was simpler than the previous day's elaborate presentation. Fresh bread still warm from the baker's oven, strong coffee that carried the scent of distant mountains, and honey that spoke of carefully tended gardens maintained despite Venice's maritime setting. As Poirot made his way through the Palazzo's corridors toward the library, he took careful note of architectural details that might prove relevant to his investigation. The building's age and complexity meant that sound could travel in unexpected ways. Voices from one room might be heard clearly in another that seemed completely separate, while conversations held in apparent privacy might actually be audible to anyone who knew the building's acoustic peculiarities. The library itself was magnificent, a testament to centuries of Grimaldi scholarship and cultural refinement. Floor-to-ceiling shelves held thousands of volumes in multiple languages, their leather bindings creating a visual symphony of gold and brown that spoke of knowledge accumulated across generations. Tall windows provided natural lighting that fell across reading tables positioned to take advantage of Venice's unique quality of reflected illumination, where light bounced off canal water to create an atmosphere that seemed to exist nowhere else in the world. Count Alessandro was waiting beside one of the tall windows, his appearance suggesting that sleep had not come easily after the previous evening's disturbances. His usually immaculate grooming showed subtle signs of strain hair not quite perfectly arranged. A slight tremor in his hands as he poured coffee from an elegant silver service, eyes that carried the particular fatigue that comes from worry rather than mere physical exhaustion. "Monsieur Poirot," he said, his voice carrying genuine relief at the detective's arrival. "I confess I hoped you might have formed some preliminary theories about our situation after witnessing last evening's performance." "Indeed," Poirot replied, accepting the offered coffee, while his keen eyes studied the Count's demeanour. "Though I suspect the phantom violinist's true target may not be Venice as a whole, but rather specific individuals within your household. The timing and nature of the performances suggests someone with intimate knowledge of when they will have maximum emotional impact." Alessandro's reaction confirmed Poirot's suspicion that there were family secrets yet to be revealed. The Count moved away from the window, his movements carrying the careful control of someone who had learned to conceal strong emotions beneath social polish. "There are circumstances you should understand," Alessandro said finally, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper despite the library's apparent privacy. "Family matters that I had hoped to keep confidential, but which may be relevant to your investigation." Before he could elaborate, the library doors opened to admit Roberto, whose appearance suggested he had been waiting for this conversation. The younger Grimaldi brother moved with the purposeful stride of someone who had made difficult decisions during the night hours, his usually sardonic expression replaced by something that might have been determination or resignation. "Alessandro," Roberto said without preamble, "we need to tell him about the inheritance dispute, about father's will, about the musical manuscripts, about everything." The tension between the brothers became immediately apparent in a way that their previous polite interactions had concealed. Alessandro's shoulders stiffened, while Roberto's jaw set in the stubborn line of someone prepared for conflict. Yet underneath their obvious disagreement lay something that might have been genuine concern for each other's welfare. "Roberto, I hardly think," Alessandro began, but his brother cut him off with a gesture that carried decades of accumulated frustration. "The phantom violinist knows about the Benedetti manuscripts, Alessandro. Last evening's performance proved that. Whoever is doing this has access to musical compositions that should be locked away in our family vault, and they're using them to terrorize Isabella specifically. We can't solve this without explaining why those manuscripts exist in the first place." Poirot set down his coffee cup with the gentle precision of someone who recognised a crucial moment in an investigation. "Perhaps, gentlemen, you would be so kind as to explain these manuscripts and their connection to Giacomo Benedetti." The brothers exchanged a look that carried the complex communication of siblings who had shared a lifetime of secrets and conflicts. Finally, Alessandro moved to an ornate writing desk that stood in an alcove between two towering bookcases. From a locked drawer, he withdrew a leather portfolio that appeared both ancient and carefully preserved. "Our grandfather, Count Ferdinando, was not merely Giacomo Benedetti's patron," Alessandro explained, opening the portfolio to reveal pages of handwritten musical notation. "He was also, in a sense, his collaborator. These are the original manuscripts for 12 compositions that Giacomo created during the final months before his disappearance, including La Morte Danzante." Poirot examined the manuscripts with the careful attention of someone who understood that physical evidence often revealed truths that testimony might conceal. The musical notation was written in a hand that spoke of both exceptional skill and increasing emotional disturbance. Early pages showed precise, controlled penmanship, while later compositions bore signs of the fevered intensity that often accompanied artistic obsession. "Your grandfather preserved these after Benedetti's disappearance." "More than preserved," Roberto said, his voice carrying bitter undertones that suggested old grievances finally finding expression. "He commissioned them. You see, Monsieur Poirot, the official story of Giacomo Benedetti's disappearance is not entirely accurate. He didn't vanish mysteriously. He was paid to disappear." Alessandro's face flushed with obvious anger, but Roberto continued relentlessly. "Our grandfather had become obsessed with the idea of musical compositions that could affect human emotions in specific ways. He believed that certain melodies, properly constructed and performed, could be used to influence people's thoughts and feelings as effectively as any drug or poison. Giacomo was hired to create such compositions, with La Morte Danzante being the most successful of his experiments." "Roberto, you make our grandfather sound like some sort of musical madman," Alessandro protested, though his defense lacked conviction. "Was he not?" Roberto replied sharply. "Look at those manuscripts, Alessandro." Read grandfather's notes in the margins. He was trying to create music that could be used as a weapon, compositions that could drive listeners to despair, to ecstasy, to whatever emotional state the performer desired. Poirot studied the manuscripts more carefully, noting the detailed annotations that accompanied each composition. Count Ferdinando had indeed been conducting what amounted to psychological experiments, testing the effects of specific musical phrases on different types of listeners and refining the compositions based on their reactions, and Giacomo Benedetti agreed to participate in these experiments for a time, Alessandro admitted reluctantly. But the work began to affect him psychologically. The compositions he created were so emotionally powerful that performing them took an enormous toll on his mental state. After the public performance of La Morte Danzante in 1880, he told our grandfather that he could no longer continue such work. So grandfather paid him to leave Venice and never return, Roberto concluded, gave him enough money to live comfortably anywhere in Europe, with the understanding that he would never again perform or publish any of the compositions he had created for our family. The revelation explained much about the current situation, though it raised equally troubling questions. If Giacomo Benedetti had been paid to disappear 50 years earlier, then the current phantom violinist was either someone who had discovered the hidden manuscripts, or someone with access to knowledge that should have died with the participants in the original conspiracy. "These manuscripts have been secure since your grandfather's death?" Poirot inquired. Alessandro nodded, though his certainty seemed less complete than it might have been. "Locked in the family vault, accessible only to Roberto and myself. Though," he paused, his expression troubled, "there was a time several months ago when some of the household papers were being reorganized. It's possible that someone might have had access to materials they shouldn't have seen." Before Poirot could pursue this line of inquiry, the library doors opened to admit Signora Moretti, whose appearance suggested she had been awake for hours despite the early morning arrival. Her usual composure seemed somewhat strained, and her movements carried the careful precision of someone who had made difficult decisions during the night hours. "Count Alessandro, Count Roberto," she said, with a slight curtsy that acknowledged their ranks while asserting her own dignity. "I could not help but overhear portions of your conversation. If you're discussing the Benedetti manuscripts, then there are things I must tell you about my final lessons with Giacomo." The three men turned toward her with obvious attention, recognizing that someone with first-hand knowledge of the original events might provide crucial insights into the current mystery. "Giacomo did not simply disappear as the official story suggests," Signora Moretti continued, her voice carrying the weight of secrets kept for 5 decades. "He came to me 3 days before his departure from Venice. He was greatly disturbed by what he had created, particularly La Motte Dansante. He claimed the composition had taken on a life of its own, that it demanded to be played even when he tried to resist." She moved closer to the group, her elderly hands trembling slightly as she spoke of memories that had clearly haunted her for years. "But more importantly, he told me that he had made copies of all the compositions he had created for your grandfather. He said the music was too powerful to trust to any single person's control, that there needed to be safeguards against its misuse." Alessandro and Roberto exchanged shocked glances, the implications of this revelation striking them simultaneously. If Giacomo had created copies of the manuscripts, then the current phantom violinist might have access to the original compositions through an entirely different source than the Grimaldi family vault. "He gave you these copies?" Poirot asked gently. "Not to me," Signora Moretti replied. "He was far too wise to entrust such dangerous knowledge to any individual. Instead, he divided the compositions among several trusted musicians throughout Venice, with instructions that they were never to be performed publicly and never to be brought together in a single location. Then the phantom violinist might be one of these trusted musicians, or someone who has inherited their materials," Roberto observed. "Or," Poirot said thoughtfully, "someone who has been systematically locating and collecting the scattered manuscripts over a period of years. The question becomes, what would motivate someone to undertake such a complex and dangerous project?" Signora Moretti's expression grew even more troubled. "There is something else you should know about Giacomo's final days in Venice. He spoke often of revenge not against your grandfather, who had at least paid him fairly for his work, but against others who had sought to steal or exploit his compositions for their own purposes." "Others?" Alessandro asked sharply. "Musicians who had tried to acquire his techniques through various means, some offering money, others using threats, still others attempting more personal forms of persuasion. Giacomo was a handsome young man, and there were those who thought they could influence him through romantic attachment. The morning light streaming through the library windows seemed to grow dimmer as the implications of these revelations became clear. The phantom violinist might not be seeking mere dramatic effect or supernatural terror, but rather carrying out a delayed revenge against those who had wronged Giacomo Benedetti decades earlier. If this theory is correct, Poirot mused, then the performances are not random displays of musical skill, but carefully targeted attacks on specific individuals who were connected to Giacomo's original exploitation. "But Giacomo himself would be far too old to carry out such a plan," Roberto protested. "He would be over 80 years old by now, assuming he survived at all." "Indeed," Poirot agreed, "which suggests either that he trained someone else to continue his work, or that the current phantom violinist has discovered his story and chosen to carry out the revenge on his behalf." As they continued their discussion, analysing the various possibilities and their implications, the morning progressed with the gentle rhythm that characterised Venice at its most peaceful. Church bells marked the passing hours, gondoliers called their traditional warnings at canal intersections, and the ancient city continued its eternal dance with time and tide. Yet underneath this apparent tranquillity, Poirot sensed the growing tension of a mystery approaching its resolution. The phantom violinist had demonstrated both exceptional skill and intimate knowledge of the Grimaldi family's secrets. They had access to musical compositions that should have remained hidden for 50 years, and they were using them to target specific individuals with surgical precision. The challenge now would be determining which of the various suspects had both the musical ability and the personal motivation to carry out such an elaborate plan. As Poirot prepared to expand his investigation beyond the palazzo walls, he reflected that Venice had always been a city where masks concealed more than faces, where truth and deception danced together as gracefully as any carnival revellers, and where the past had a way of reaching into the present with consequences that could prove both beautiful and terrible. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the Venetian canals as Poirot made his way through the labyrinthine streets toward the workshop district where Maestro Toriani had mentioned seeing unusual activity in recent weeks. The morning's revelations about the Benedetti manuscripts had provided crucial context, but they had also multiplied the potential suspects exponentially. If copies of Giacomo's dangerous compositions had been distributed among Venice's musical community 50 years earlier, then virtually any accomplished violinist in the city might possess the means to become the phantom. Venice in the golden light of late afternoon possessed an almost dreamlike quality that made investigation feel like navigation through layers of beautiful illusion. Ancient bridges arched over canals that reflected palazzos like mirror images of themselves, creating a world where reality and its reflection seemed equally valid. Street musicians played on corners where the acoustics had been perfected by centuries of architectural accident, their melodies echoing off stone walls in ways that made it impossible to determine exactly where the music originated. It was this acoustic phenomenon that had begun to interest Poirot most intensely. During his morning walk through the city, he had tested the way sound travelled through Venice's unique environment, and his discoveries had been illuminating. A violinist positioned at certain locations could create the illusion of playing from multiple places simultaneously, as their music bounced off palazzo walls and canal surfaces to reach listeners from unexpected directions. The workshop district occupied a series of narrow streets behind the Rialto market, where artisans had practiced their crafts for centuries in buildings that seemed to lean against each other for mutual support. Here, the scents of varnish and wood shavings mingled with the ever-present fragrance of canal water, while the sounds of hammering, sawing, and the occasional testing of musical instruments created a symphony of human creativity that had changed little since the Renaissance. Maestro Toriani's establishment occupied the ground floor of a building that might have been ancient when Marco Polo departed for his legendary journeys. The workshop's windows displayed violins in various stages of completion, their wood glowing like captured sunlight in the afternoon illumination. Through the open doorway came the gentle sounds of patient craftsmanship, the whisper of sandpaper against wood, the precise tap of tools shaping delicate components, the soft conversation between master and apprentice that had transmitted knowledge across generations. Maestro Toriani, Poirot called softly as he entered the workshop, not wishing to disturb work that required delicate concentration. The elderly violin maker looked up from an instrument he was examining with a magnifying glass, his weathered face creasing into a smile of recognition. Giuseppe Toriani was perhaps 70 years old, with the kind of patient demeanour that came from a lifetime spent coaxing music from pieces of wood. His hands showed the particular calluses and careful movements of someone who had shaped thousands of instruments, each one slightly different, yet all sharing the essential characteristics that allowed them to sing. "Monsieur Poirot," he said, setting aside his work with the reverent care due to something both valuable and fragile, "I have been expecting you. Word travels quickly through Venice's musical community, and I understand you are investigating our phantom violinist. Indeed, and I suspect you may have insights that could prove crucial to understanding both the technical and personal aspects of these mysterious performances." Toriani gestured for Poirot to join him at a workbench where several violins lay in various stages of repair. The workshop was a treasure trove of musical history instruments that bore the marks of centuries of use, tools that had been refined through generations of craftsmen, and sheet music that represented the accumulated knowledge of Venice's musical traditions. "The phantom plays with exceptional skill," Toriani observed, picking up a violin that gleamed with the patina of age and careful maintenance. "But more than skill, there is an understanding of how sound travels through our city that suggests either years of experience or very careful study of Venice's acoustic properties." "You have theories about the technical aspects of the performances?" "Several," Toriani replied. moving to a large map of Venice that covered one wall of his workshop. Red marks indicated locations where the phantom music had been reported, and Poirot immediately noticed a pattern that suggested careful planning rather than random appearance. "Look here," the craftsman continued, pointing to the marked locations. "Each reported sighting has occurred at a position that maximizes the phantom's acoustic advantage. The sound reflects off these palazzo walls, echoes through these particular canal configurations, and reaches listeners from multiple directions simultaneously. It creates the illusion that the music is everywhere and nowhere, supernatural rather than merely skillful." Poirot studied the map with growing interest. The phantom violinist was clearly someone with intimate knowledge of Venice's unique acoustic environment. But more than that, they understood how to use that knowledge to create specific psychological effects on their listeners. "There is something else," Torriani added, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. 3 weeks ago, someone came to my workshop asking very particular questions about Giacomo Benedetti's instruments. They wanted to know about the specific violin he played, its tonal qualities, any unique characteristics that might affect how his compositions sounded. "Can you describe this person? Medium height, well-dressed, but not ostentatiously so. Spoke Italian with a slight accent that might have been French, or possibly educated German. Most importantly, they knew far too much about Benedetti's techniques for someone making casual inquiries." Before Poirot could respond, the distant sound of violin music began to drift through the workshop windows. This time, however, the performance was occurring during daylight hours, which meant that Poirot might actually be able to observe the phantom in action, rather than merely hearing the results of their work. "Quickly," Torriani said, moving toward a narrow staircase that led to the workshop's upper floor. "From my window, we can see across several canals. If the phantom is performing where I think they are, we might finally get a clear view." They climbed to a small room that served as both storage space and occasional residence for the elderly craftsman. Its window provided a view across the rooftops of Venice toward the Grand Canal, where the afternoon light created a panorama of extraordinary beauty. Palazzos rose from the water like architectural dreams, their Gothic and Byzantine details crisp in the clear air, while gondolas moved like dark brushstrokes across the bright surface of the canal. The violin music was coming from somewhere near the Palazzo Grimaldi, its notes carrying across the water with crystalline clarity. But as Poirot studied the scene through Torriani's telescope, he began to notice details that would have been invisible from ground level. "There," he said suddenly, adjusting the telescope's focus. "On the third-floor balcony of the palazzo, directly across from the Grimaldi building. Do you see the figure?" Torriani peered through the instrument, his experienced eyes taking in details that confirmed several of Poirot's emerging theories. Indeed, someone in a dark cloak, positioned to remain largely invisible from canal level, but clearly visible to anyone watching from above. And look, they're using the balcony's acoustic properties to project their music across the water with maximum effect. But as they watched, something unexpected occurred. The figure on the balcony suddenly stopped playing and moved quickly out of sight, as if they had become aware of being observed. Moments later, however, the violin music continued, but now it seemed to be coming from an entirely different location. "Impossible," Torriani muttered. "No one could move that quickly between those positions." Poirot continued to study the scene through the telescope, his detective's mind analysing the implications of what they had witnessed. "Unless," he said slowly, "there is more than one performer involved in creating the illusion of a single phantom violinist." This revelation transformed the entire investigation. If multiple people were collaborating to create the phantom violinist phenomenon, then the mystery involved not a single individual with supernatural abilities, but rather a carefully orchestrated conspiracy designed to terrorize specific targets while maintaining the illusion of supernatural involvement. "We must return to the Palazzo Grimaldi immediately," Poirot declared, already moving toward the staircase. "If there are multiple performers, then someone in the building may be providing information about when the phantom appearances will have maximum psychological impact." As they made their way through Venice's maze-like streets toward the Grand Canal, the violin music continued to drift across the city. But now Poirot listened with the understanding that he was hearing not one supernatural performer, but rather the coordinated efforts of several very human conspirators. The question remained, who were they? And what did they hope to achieve through such an elaborate deception? The return journey to the Palazzo Grimaldi took them through parts of Venice that tourists rarely saw. Narrow alleys where laundry hung like colourful flags between ancient buildings, small squares where neighbourhood children played games that had been passed down through generations, and workshops where artisans continued crafts that had sustained Venetian culture for centuries. It was in one of these small squares that Poirot noticed something that made him pause. Maestro Cavalli was emerging from a building that appeared to be a private residence, his usually theatrical demeanour replaced by something more furtive. He moved quickly across the square without acknowledging the few pedestrians present, his behaviour suggesting someone who preferred not to be noticed. "Interesting," Poirot murmured, noting the building's address for future investigation. "It appears that Maestro Cavalli has business in parts of Venice that seem unconnected to his official responsibilities." When they finally reached the Palazzo Grimaldi, they found the household in a state of barely controlled agitation. Isabella was pacing in the morning room, her usual composure shattered by the afternoon's phantom performance, while Count Alessandro attempted to provide comfort, while clearly struggling with his own anxiety. "The music began just after lunch," Alessandro explained as Poirot and Torriani entered. "But this time, Isabella swears she could hear it coming from inside the palazzo, as well as from across the canal. She claims someone was playing in the upper floors while the phantom performed outside." "Where is Roberto?" Poirot asked, noting the younger brother's absence. "He left shortly after the music began," Isabella replied, her voice trembling with strain. "He said he had urgent business to attend to, but he wouldn't explain what kind of business." Poirot exchanged a meaningful glance with Torriani. The elderly craftsman's expression confirmed that he too recognised the significance of Roberto's convenient absence during the Phantom's latest performance. "Count Alessandro," Poirot said carefully, "I believe the time has come for complete honesty about your family's situation. The Phantom Violinist is not a supernatural phenomenon, but rather a very human conspiracy designed to achieve specific goals. Understanding those goals requires understanding everything about your current circumstances that someone might wish to exploit." Alessandro's shoulders sagged as if he'd been carrying a weight too heavy for sustained endurance. "Very well," he said quietly. "There are financial difficulties that Roberto and I have been attempting to resolve privately. Our family's resources have been strained by various circumstances, and there are those who might benefit from our continued distress." As the afternoon shadows lengthened across the canal, Poirot began to see the true shape of the mystery that had brought him to Venice. The Phantom Violinist was indeed seeking revenge, but not for wrongs committed against Giacomo Benedetti 50 years earlier. Rather, someone was using the legend of the vanished composer to mask a very contemporary conspiracy designed to terrorize the Grimaldi family into making decisions that would benefit others. The challenge now would be identifying which member of Venice's musical community possessed both the skill to execute such performances and the motivation to use them as weapons against people who had trusted them with their secrets and their safety. Evening settled over Venice with the gentle inevitability of a curtain falling on a long-awaited performance, painting the ancient city in shades of amber and gold that seemed to transform every canal into liquid sunlight. From the windows of the Palazzo Grimaldi's library, Poirot watched the daily procession of gondoliers returning from their work, their silhouettes moving like graceful shadows against the illuminated water. The phantom violin had remained silent since the afternoon's revelations, as if the mysterious performer sensed that their carefully constructed illusion was beginning to unravel under the weight of systematic investigation. Count Alessandro paced before the tall windows with the restless energy of someone who had carried secrets too long and finally sensed their approaching liberation. Isabella sat in her customary chair, positioned to avoid direct view of the canal, though her earlier terror had given way to something that might have been curiosity about the truth that Poirot promised to reveal. The absence of Roberto and the mysterious whereabouts of Maestro Cavalli created an atmosphere of expectation that seemed to charge the very air with anticipation. "Before we proceed with explanations," Poirot said, settling into a chair that provided clear views of both his hosts and the windows overlooking the canal, "I must ask Count Alessandro to clarify the exact nature of your family's financial difficulties. Understanding the stakes involved will help explain why someone would undertake such an elaborate campaign of psychological terrorism." Alessandro's hesitation was brief but telling, the pause of someone who had learned to guard family secrets, but recognized that continued concealment might prove more dangerous than revelation. The Grimaldi fortune, while substantial by most measures, has been compromised by a series of unfortunate investments and unexpected expenses over the past several years. We are not poverty-stricken, you understand, but we are no longer in a position to maintain our traditional lifestyle without making significant changes. Changes that might include selling family properties or precious possessions. Precisely. The Benedetti manuscripts in particular would be worth a considerable sum to collectors of rare musical documents. Roberto has been arguing that we should auction them discreetly, while I have maintained that they are too dangerous to allow into unknown hands. Isabella's sharp intake of breath suggested this was the first time she had heard the full extent of their financial pressures. Her husband's careful composure could not entirely conceal the strain of someone who had been managing multiple crises, while attempting to maintain the appearance of aristocratic serenity. "And who else knows of these manuscripts' existence and value?" Poirot inquired, though he suspected he already knew at least part of the answer. "Roberto and myself, naturally. Signora Moretti, as you learned this morning, and—" Alessandro paused, his expression darkening with what might have been anger or regret. "Maestro Cavalli. I made the error of consulting him about their musical significance several months ago, thinking his expertise might help us determine their proper value. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place with the satisfying precision that Poirot had learned to recognize as the hallmark of a mystery approaching its resolution. The Phantom Violinist campaign had not been designed to terrorize Venice generally, nor to carry out some ancient revenge against the Grimaldi family. Rather, it had been calculated to create specific psychological pressures that would force Alessandro and Isabella to make decisions they might not otherwise consider. The phantom appearances have been timed to coincide with moments when family stress was already elevated, Poirot observed. Isabella's initial encounter occurred during a period when she was alone and vulnerable. Last evening's masquerade performance was designed to create maximum public embarrassment and social pressure. This afternoon's manifestation happened precisely when you might be expected to seek immediate solutions to ongoing problems. As if summoned by their conversation, the distant sound of violin music began to drift across the evening air. This time, however, Poirot was prepared for the performance, having spent the afternoon studying the acoustic properties of the palazzo and its surroundings with Maestro Torriani's expert guidance. "Listen carefully," he instructed his hosts. "Tonight, you will hear not just the phantom's music, but the truth behind the illusion." The melody that reached them was indeed La Morte Danzante, played with the technical perfection that had made the performances so convincing. But now Poirot's trained ear could detect the subtle variations in acoustic quality that revealed the phantom's true methods. The music seemed to come from multiple directions simultaneously, because it was being performed by multiple musicians positioned at strategic locations throughout the neighbourhood. "The Phantom Violinist does not exist as a single person," Poirot explained as the haunting melody filled the evening air. "Rather, what you have been hearing is the coordinated performance of at least 3 skilled musicians, each positioned to take advantage of Venice's unique acoustic properties. The illusion of supernatural ability has been created through very human cooperation and careful technical planning." Isabella's eyes widened as the implications became clear. But who would organize such an elaborate deception, and why target our family specifically? Before Poirot could respond, the library doors opened to admit Roberto, whose appearance suggested he had been engaged in strenuous physical activity. His usually immaculate grooming showed signs of haste, and his breathing indicated recent exertion that went beyond mere walking through Venice's streets. "Roberto," Alessandro said sharply, "where have you been?" And what is the meaning of that expression on your face?" The younger Grimaldi brother moved to the windows overlooking the canal, his posture suggesting someone who had made difficult decisions and was prepared to defend them regardless of consequences. "I have been ensuring that tonight's performance will be the phantom violinist's final appearance in Venice." "Explain yourself," Poirot commanded, rising from his chair with the authority of someone accustomed to extracting truth from reluctant witnesses. Roberto's smile carried no humour, only the bitter satisfaction of someone who had discovered betrayal and taken steps to address it. "I have been tracking the Phantom's collaborators for several days, following leads that you provided through your investigation. This afternoon, I finally gathered enough evidence to confront the conspiracy's organizer." As he spoke, Roberto withdrew from his jacket a collection of papers that appeared to be musical scores and correspondence. "Maestro Cavalli has been orchestrating the entire campaign, using his position as a respected musician to recruit other performers and coordinate their activities. His goal was to terrorize our family into selling the Benedetti manuscripts to him at a fraction of their true value." The revelation struck Alessandro like a physical blow. His face paled as he realized the extent to which someone he had trusted had manipulated his family's fears and vulnerabilities for personal gain. "Cavalli convinced 3 other violinists to participate in the deception," Roberto continued, spreading the papers across a nearby table. "Here are their practice schedules, their positioning instructions, even their payment agreements. The phantom violinist was never anything more than an elaborate confidence scheme designed to exploit our financial difficulties." Isabella's hand flew to her throat, where the silver cross she'd worn for protection gleamed in the lamplight. "All of my terror, all of those sleepless nights, all because someone wanted to cheat us out of family treasures." "Indeed," Poirot confirmed, studying the documents that Roberto had provided. Maestro Cavalli's plan was both sophisticated and ruthless. He used his knowledge of your family's financial pressures, combined with his access to information about the Benedetti manuscripts, to create a campaign of psychological warfare designed to make you desperate enough to accept whatever offer he might eventually present. The violin music outside was beginning to falter, as if the performers were becoming aware that their carefully maintained illusion was collapsing. Through the windows, Poirot could see gondoliers and pedestrians who had gathered to listen to what they believed was supernatural music, their faces showing the kind of disappointment that comes from discovering that magic is merely clever trickery. "There is more," Roberto said, his voice carrying grim satisfaction. "Cavalli has been planning to expand his operations beyond our family. He has been researching other Venetian noble houses that possess valuable musical artifacts, intending to use similar campaigns of phantom terror to force advantageous transactions throughout the city." Alessandro moved to the windows, his reflection ghost-like in the darkening glass as he contemplated the full scope of the betrayal. "Giuseppe has been a guest in our home, a trusted advisor, someone we considered almost family, and all the while, he was calculating how to exploit our vulnerabilities for his own profit." The phantom violin music ceased abruptly, leaving behind a silence that seemed to emphasize the contrast between Venice's authentic beauty and the artificial terror that had been imposed upon it. In that quiet moment, Poirot reflected on how easily fear could be manufactured by those who understood human psychology, and how much courage was required to distinguish between genuine threats and carefully constructed illusions. "What happens now?" Isabella asked, her voice carrying the tentative hope of someone who had lived with terror and was beginning to believe in the possibility of peace. Now Poirot replied, "We ensure that Maestro Cavalli and his collaborators face the consequences of their actions, while protecting your family's legitimate interests and preserving the Benedetti manuscripts for appropriate scholarly study rather than private exploitation." As if summoned by their conversation, the sound of footsteps in the corridor announced the arrival of several people approaching the library. The doors opened to reveal Maestro Cavalli himself, flanked by 2 men whom Poirot recognized as Venetian police officers, and followed by a figure whose presence transformed the entire atmosphere of the room. Signora Moretti entered with the dignity of someone who had spent decades teaching others about music, truth, and the importance of distinguishing between authentic art and mere performance. Her silver hair caught the lamplight as she moved to a position where she could address everyone present with equal authority. "Maestro Cavalli," she said, her voice carrying the particular disappointment reserved for students who had failed to live up to their potential. "I am ashamed to discover that someone of your musical abilities has chosen to use those gifts in service of deception and exploitation." Cavalli's theatrical confidence had evaporated entirely, replaced by the sullen defensiveness of someone who had been caught in elaborate wrongdoing and could find no honourable way to excuse his actions. His costume from the previous evening's masquerade seemed particularly inappropriate now, as if he had been playing a role that had finally been revealed as fundamentally false. "The manuscripts belong in the hands of serious scholars," he said, attempting to maintain some semblance of moral authority. "Keeping them locked away in a private vault serves no one's interests." "Perhaps," Signora Moretti replied with gentle firmness, "but terrorizing innocent people to force their sale serves only your own financial interests, not the cause of musical scholarship." The police officers moved forward with the patient efficiency of men who had dealt with many cases of elaborate fraud over the years. Venice, with its complex web of tourists, merchants, and artistic pretensions, provided ample opportunities for those who sought to profit from others' vulnerabilities through sophisticated deception. As Maestro Cavalli was led away, still protesting that his intentions had been scholarly rather than mercenary, the library fell into a silence that seemed to restore the palazzo's natural rhythms. Outside, Venice continued its eternal dance with time and tide, its authentic beauty undimmed by the artificial terrors that had temporarily disturbed its peace. "The Benedetti manuscripts," Alessandro said slowly, "will be donated to the Venice Conservatory for a proper scholarly study, with the understanding that their more dangerous compositions will be performed only under carefully controlled circumstances." Isabella's smile was the first genuine expression of happiness that Poirot had seen from her since his arrival in Venice. "And perhaps," she added, "the next time we hear violin music drifting across the canal, we can simply enjoy it as the gift it was meant to be." Roberto moved to the windows where the lights of Venice were beginning to twinkle like earthbound stars across the dark water. "I owe everyone an apology for the deception I maintained during the investigation. I suspected Cavalli from the beginning, but I needed to gather enough evidence to ensure that he could not escape justice through technical legal arguments." Poirot nodded approvingly. "Your instincts were sound, though I confess I would have preferred to be informed of your parallel investigation from the beginning. Coordination of efforts generally produces more efficient results than competing inquiries." As the evening progressed toward night, the various participants in the drama began to disperse to their respective homes and responsibilities. Signora Moretti departed with the dignity of someone who had helped restore truth to a situation that had been corrupted by lies. The police officers completed their documentation with a thorough attention to detail that would ensure Maestro Cavalli and his collaborators faced appropriate consequences for their elaborate fraud. Count Alessandro and Isabella remained in the library, their relationship clearly strengthened by having faced a genuine crisis together, and emerged with their trust in each other intact. The financial pressures that had made them vulnerable to Cavalli's manipulation would still require attention, but they could now address those challenges without the additional burden of phantom terrors. Monsieur Poirot, Alessandro, said, as the detective prepared to retire to his guest chamber, "I cannot adequately express our gratitude for your assistance in resolving this matter. Venice is in your debt for exposing a conspiracy that might have expanded to terrorize other families throughout the city." "The pleasure has been entirely mine," Poirot replied with genuine warmth. "Venice is a city that deserves to be appreciated for its authentic mysteries and genuine beauty, not tormented by artificial phantoms created for mercenary purposes." As he made his way through the palazzo's corridors toward his room, Poirot reflected on the case's resolution with the satisfaction that came from seeing justice properly served and innocence protected. The phantom violinist had indeed been a figure of considerable skill and intelligence, but those qualities had been perverted in service of greed rather than dedicated to the noble purposes that music was meant to serve. From his windows he could see Venice settling into its nighttime rhythms, the ancient city secure once again in its authentic relationship with mystery and beauty. Gondoliers sang traditional songs as they navigated the dark canals, their voices carrying melodies that had been passed down through generations and needed no supernatural enhancement to touch the hearts of those who heard them. Tomorrow he would depart Venice carrying memories of a city where truth and illusion danced together as gracefully as any masquerade partners, but where ultimately truth had proven stronger than the most elaborate deceptions that human ingenuity could devise. The phantom violinist would be remembered not as a supernatural terror, but as a reminder that even the most beautiful gifts could be corrupted when wielded by those who valued profit more than art, fear more than wonder, and personal gain more than the authentic magic that Venice offered freely to all who approached her with honest hearts. In the distance, carried on the gentle evening breeze, came the sound of a real violin playing a simple melody with heartfelt sincerity. It was beautiful not because it was supernatural, but because it was genuinely human, imperfect, emotional, and offered as a gift rather than a weapon. And in that authentic music, Venice found her true voice once again. And so our tale of the phantom violinist comes to its peaceful close, like the final notes of a lullaby drifting across Venice's eternal waters. Sometimes the greatest mysteries are not supernatural at all, but simply human hearts choosing between kindness and cruelty, truth and deception, authentic beauty and artificial terror. Venice continues to float between dream and reality, her canals reflecting both moonlight and the warm glow of palazzo windows where families gather in safety and love. The carnival masks return to their workshops, the gondoliers sing their ancient songs, and somewhere in the conservatory, students will learn to play Giacomo Benedetti's compositions with respect for their power and wisdom gained from understanding their history. Thank you for joining me on this gentle journey through mystery and music, through shadow and candlelight, to a place where truth proved more beautiful than any phantom could ever be. Rest well, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with Venice's authentic magic, the kind that needs no special effects, only an open heart and the patience to distinguish between what frightens us and what truly deserves our wonder. If this story brought you peace tonight, remember that the most beautiful mysteries are often the ones we solve not with fear, but with compassion for all the very human hearts involved. Until our next quiet adventure together, sleep softly and let the real music of the world carry you toward morning. Sweet dreams from What If Sleep's Storian.